How's it going, guys? Joe here. I hope you're all doing well. Today I'm going to be doing a Python program and just show you the process of making this Python application with the user interface. So let's just get to it. So what am I going to be making exactly? I think it'll probably be the easiest to explain if I just kind of go through a background of what I'm actually trying to accomplish. Then the app will make a lot more sense. Because if I just try to explain what the app is, it might not entirely make sense. But what I want to do, if I could even put it in one sentence, is I want to. So I like to create video bookmarks, which is exactly what it sounds like. Using my media player, I can create a bookmark of a video and go back to it easily just by clicking a button. I'll show you how it works. It's actually very cool. But the thing is, I like to make a lot of compilations and just bookmark stuff in general. And the problem with that is I usually watch videos on my Windows PC, which is hooked up to the TV out there. And I like to edit on my Mac out here. So that means when I'm editing, I have no direct way to access my video bookmarks. So that's kind of a struggle. I could try to remotely connect to the computer out there, or I could create a Windows virtual machine so I can run the media player and access the bookmarks. But that's a lot of hassle. I do need Windows because the media player is only compatible with Windows. So I'm gonna kind of walk you through how it all works, but the solution to be able to access it on the Mac would be to create a Python application that can read those bookmarks. Then I can access it directly on the Mac while I'm editing stuff. So that's what I would like to do in this video. I'm actually looking forward to this. I think it'll be an interesting process. So why don't I just walk you through how everything works? So first of all, in Windows, I'm gonna actually use my Steam controller right here to control my Windows PC. So I have my keyboard and mouse connected to the Mac. So let's come back onto Windows. So you can see I can move the cursor and stuff using this. Just know that when I'm on Windows, I'm using this rather than a keyboard and mouse. That's because I like to have this hooked up to the TV normally. I have it out here just for the purpose of recording the Windows PC. It's normally where I have the TV and the couch, and I like to control it with this thing. So I can do about 98% of stuff using this controller, and it makes a pleasant experience on the couch, as you can imagine, just controlling the computer with everything, like the volume and pulling up my media player. I have a button for that, as well as Alt Tab, and I have a button for pretty much every keyboard shortcut that I ever use. So you can see how cool of an experience that is. But anyway, let me give you an example. So favorites are actually, first of all, this is a media player that I like to use to watch videos on. And I'm gonna show some very basic examples. Sorry, they're kind of boring compared to other stuff. I just want to minimize the risk of copyright. I don't want to do TV shows and potentially get copyright, so I'm doing my own videos. So for example, as you can see, I have no video pulled up right here, but I got all these bookmarks, and that's the time code for each thing. And yes, this video actually is over 12 hours long. It's one of my past videos. But for example, one of my favorite moments is I use the word yank, and it just sounds kind of funny out of context. So I'll show you that as an example. So as you can see, just by clicking on the video, not only did it pull up the video immediately, but it also brought me directly to the time code. Sorry, you can't really see behind me. I think you can now. But see that time code right there? It brought me right to there. So it allows me to pull up a video pretty much instantly, and it's amazing. So why don't we watch me talk about yanking stuff, shall we? This is just an example, but I was able to pull it up instantly because I had a bookmark or favorite, whatever you want to call it. And you can see how this is useful for making compilations and stuff like that. But let's listen to this real quick. I want to yank that character. That's just one of my favorite moments from the video because I'm using a text editor where I'm actually doing something called yanking. You're probably familiar with copy and paste. Well, with this text editor, yanking is the same as copying. So if you want to copy and paste, you have to yank and paste. So, yeah. So that's what that is. So you can see how I could bookmark my favorite moments. So let's say I come over to, I don't know, somewhere right here. Actually, let's say I have an absolutely amazing moment that I want to be able to reference later. All I have to do is press a key on here while I'm on the couch, and if you look down here, now it says file added to favorites. So just like that, that's what I just added. And I can press this button right here to pull up all my favorites to either rename, delete, or reorder everything. So the concept of favorites is absolutely amazing. I love it. If I literally close this out and reopen it up, then I can come back to that moment I just bookmarked. Just like that. You can see how convenient that is on the couch. So, sorry about rambling about this. I just want to make sure you understand the full background of what I'm doing, why I'm doing it, and all that. So, the problem is this media player, which is called Media Player Classic, is not compatible with the Mac, so I can't access all these bookmarks on the Mac when I want to make my compilation or whatever I'm doing. Which, it's not this video, it's a TV show. I just don't want to have YouTube copyright everything, so yeah, it's pretty useful for that. So the thing is, I need to be able to access all these bookmarks on the Mac. And the process for doing that is definitely not easy right now. That's what I'm hoping to accomplish with Python. Making it so it's very easy to access all the bookmarks. So how does it work? Well, all the bookmarks are stored in the Windows registry, which I could use to export. And then I can bring it onto the Mac essentially. So the first thing I want to do is go to the registry editor. And this is how I type using the controller. So I can type on the couch if I want. So what you're not seeing here is user account control. But here's the registry. And all the bookmarks that I have, I can access on here and export them basically. There's no way to export it within the media player itself. That would be a nice feature, Media Player Classic, if you're listening to this. But there is still a way, so I just go to, I think, HKey current user, software. This is Media Player Classic right here. Click that. And then favorites. Actually, that's not it. Shoot. What is it? Oh, files right there. Those are all my favorites right there. So see this data stuff right here? Well, this first thing you're seeing is all those titles that we might remember seeing inside of here. Whoops. Didn't mean to pull that up. But all these, the first thing that you see right here is all these different titles right there. That second number, that really large number, doesn't look like it makes sense at all, but it has to do with the actual time. We're going to go over that a little bit, but that second number that you see next to everything right here, for example, that's the actual time itself. The third one, I'm not even sure what that is. It's irrelevant. And then this last one is the path to the actual video itself. So that's how it knows what video to pull up. So obviously if I want to be able to access it on the Mac, I'm going to have to change the corresponding path. But so this is great, but how do I actually access it on the Mac? Well, I can export this. When I use my Steam controller, sometimes it doesn't always work when I'm using programs that require more privileges on the system. It works, but it's a little glitchy. So I just go to File, Export while I'm in here. Selected branch. As a matter of fact, if you don't want to navigate to here and you want to export directly, you can manually type in this stuff right there, and it'll allow you to export this same thing without even navigating to this. And then you can call it whatever you want. Unfortunately, I can't type because of some of the glitches. Like I can pull up the keyboard, but the cursor's moving at the same time and it doesn't actually work, sadly. So I think what I'll do is type the name down here where I can properly type. Oh wait, I can't paste it either, I don't think. Nope. Well, I can hook up my keyboard and mouse to the Windows machine and then do it. So just give me a second. There we go. So I'm gonna put the keyboard away. So then now I can type whatever I want. I can say bookmarks or something, and it saves it right to my desktop. So I think I'm gonna hook up the keyboard and mouse back to the Mac because we're gonna need it very quickly here. So here's the bookmarks file. So how you access it is you just open it with a text editor like Notepad++, which I've got right here. So I'm just gonna drag that in. And yes, I could do this on the couch. It's very cool. So those are all the bookmarks in this file right here. I can basically send this file to the Mac and then we'll write a Python script that can interpret everything in here to basically pull up the bookmark. So that's essentially how it works. This is what the bookmark file looks like. Now, obviously, if I want to export these bookmarks on the couch, I've written some scripts to accomplish that. I'll show you how I did it later on. You can automate the process of exporting the bookmarks by writing a script. You just click on it and it exports right away. That's what I normally use. You can do it on the command line, so you can automate it. So yeah, I think that's everything I wanted to show on the Windows computer. So now let's come over to the Mac and do everything. So now on the Mac, don't mind my desktop, but let me see. Forgot to pull up the, there we go. So I copied a bunch of files to here so we can basically access everything on the Mac. So I'm going to use the Atom text editor to access everything. So that .reg file is right there. I already put it on the Mac ahead of time. So this is the file that we want to access, right? I'm just gonna, my cursor is blocking something, so I'm just gonna move it out of the way. the Windows cursor. Okay. So basically what I'm going to want to do is obviously read from this file, and then that's how I load all my favorites in the program I'm going to create. Then I'll be able to access it easily. Sorry, I apologize about my explanation being kind of jumbled, but it is kind of hard to do when you don't prepare for explaining it too much. I'm trying my best, but I can only do so much with that. I'll try my best. Anyway, as you can see, Wi-Fi is not working. I was originally going to live stream this, but unfortunately the Wi-Fi has been extremely dicey and actually not working for the past few hours. I think they're trying to fix it on the back end, so this is recorded locally instead and uploaded later. But just the same, I only live stream it so that I don't have to worry about uploading it later normally. This time I will, but not a big deal. So anyway, let's talk about the actual program now. I think I got all the background out of the way. So how do I access it on the Mac? I'm going to create a Python program that displays an interface, and I'll show you what I would like the interface to look like. So I actually have a bunch of different options for accessing things on the Mac, of course. I can use Python. I could probably use Java with Scene Builder. Could probably do some C# and all sorts of other nonsense, but Python, every time I write code in Python, I always forget how simple Python is. Python is like ridiculously simple and straightforward. That's another reason why I want to do this video. So I want to show the power of Python, because I personally believe that it's so underrated for so many different things. If you want to load a file, you can technically do that with one line. Java, it might take like 50 lines maybe, and you're using different libraries too. With Python, you technically don't need to load any libraries, it just works. You could load a file with one line. We're going to show that later on. But this is a very good excuse to use Python since I haven't for a while and it's underrated. So I'm going to actually create a graphical application. So let me show you what I sort of want it to look like. So I'm going to draw stuff on the whiteboard here. And a little bit unorganized. So how do I want this program to work? Since we're writing a program, we have so much functionality that we could, or so many different options regarding that. So I think what I'm going to do is create a window that looks kind of like this. So this will be our graphical application right here. What do I want that graphical application to consist of? So I would like to have it show a screenshot of the actual video itself. Obviously, when I pull up a video bookmark, I would like to see what the video looks like at that moment. So it'll basically get a screenshot, display it right here. And probably be a little bit bigger than this. It'll occupy most of the window because I would like to be able to see it pretty clearly and big. So underneath it, I think I would like to have a text box that allows me to specify which bookmark I'm referencing. Do I want bookmark number 5 or 7, or what bookmark do I want? So I would punch in the number right there, and it would give me bookmark 5, right? And underneath it, I would like it to show the time code of where that bookmark is actually located. So it might be at like the 7-minute and 20-second mark, for example. I would like it to show that underneath the box, I think. I haven't made any final decisions on this design yet, but that's the idea. So this is basically the index, if you will. And I think next to this box, I would like to have some arrows so I can go to the next or the previous one. So clicking this arrow would make it go to 4, pull up the 4th image and the time code. Then of course this goes forward too. One other thing that I think would be very handy in this application, as long as I'm writing one at this point, would be to have a save button maybe. So this is a text box, this is a button. Sorry about my sloppy handwriting, that's supposed to say save. And so when I close the application and then reopen it up, it'll go to the last bookmark, and you can see how useful that would be for compilations. Because obviously I can't do a whole compilation in one day. I might do it for like 15 minutes at a time. And it would be nice to be able to just quit the program and then have it pull right up where I left off. That'd be even easier than using Media Player Classic and selecting my bookmarks off that list. So it'll be able to remember where I left off. And I think this is what I want the interface to look like. So it'll show a picture from a video, allow me to type in the index going forward and backwards. Otherwise, worst case, I could just type in like the next index, or even add a keyboard shortcut so I can press like Shift Enter to go to the next one or something. That would be quite handy as well, depending on how hard it is to make these buttons here. This is a button, those are buttons as well. It will be a square. The time code will show right there. It's not actually going to be in this format. I wanted to do it in like hour, minute, second, and then the actual frame number. What I would also like to have it do is, since I can paste the time code directly in the video editor, I would like it to have it automatically copy the time code to the clipboard so I can paste it instantly. That would also be quite handy. So this is the kind of application we're going to be making in this video. It's actually quite late, so I don't know how late I want to stay up. But let's see if we can get this done in a reasonable amount of time. So this is what we're going to be making right here. So obviously, well, why don't we just get started? So obviously there's, when you make a program that has a graphical interface, do you program the interface first or the actual logic behind the scenes? I don't know if there's really a clear answer for that, but as an amateur programmer, I'm not really going to make a big deal about that. I'm just going to do whatever I want, really. I'm gonna real quickly make sure that the video hasn't frozen up like it has in the past. It looks like it's working fine. I've made some past recordings where the video completely froze up even though the video feed looked completely fine. I lost like an hour or two worth of footage. The audio worked fine, but the video is essentially frozen for multiple hours at a time, and I had no idea. I didn't even know that could happen. That was aggravating because it was actually my favorite moment of the video too that was essentially lost. So I just want to make sure that never happens again. So I'm going to probably be checking every once in a while to make sure the video's not frozen, because I have a quick test that I can do, which just simply involves loading a folder and seeing how quickly the files load. If it takes forever to load, the video is probably not saving correctly. Anyway, let's see if we can focus and not get too distracted now. So why don't we start making our Python program? Wi-Fi still is not connected yet because that's how terrible it is right now. This is actually the worst I've ever seen it my entire time being here. So yeah, it's been dicey for the past week or so, but I think in the back end they're trying to get this all worked out and pinpointed. So It's kind of sucks that it's been out the entire evening, but if it means that these dicey issues will go away, it's worth it being gone tonight. If it means that these issues that have been happening for the past week or two would just stop altogether. It's been ruining productivity and everything. Anyway, let's see if we can focus and not get distracted. So I'm going to create a Python script. You can pretty much write Python scripts wherever you want. I'm using the Atom text editor. You could use like PyCharm or whatever else you want. So what do I want to call this? Bookmark retriever. And typically a Python file will have .py at the end. So now I have this Python script right here. So why don't we try loading everything from this file and see if we can get it to work. See if we can get it to load everything in this file. So if you've used Java to read stuff from files before, buckle up because you're going to wish that Java was this simple. Ready? Take a deep breath and embrace how simple this is. So I'm going to create a variable called file, and I'm going to set it equal to open. And inside those quotes, I just specify the path of the file. I have this located somewhere else on the computer. It looks like I have it in my documents folder, so I have to type the whole path, unfortunately. So users, NZ23, documents. Let's see. MPC for media player classic, favorites, / casual video. I'm gonna pull up that folder. This is it right here. This is the file that I want to read. It's a .reg file. And whether you're using Windows or Mac, you always use /s in Python. I know you use a / in Windows, but Python still uses a / despite that. So that's the path, right? So now I'm gonna put an R right there, which means we want to read from the file. We're not writing anything to it right now. In fact, we're never going to. So we're reading from the file. Then I say .read. And to convert every line into an array, then I say .splits with the new line character. And just like that, we've loaded our entire file and it's stored in an array already. Yeah, in Java, you might need to use a while loop and with scanner and blah, blah, blah. But Python, it's that simple. So why don't we verify that we're reading from our file? So I'm just going to say print. And instead of saying system.out.println in Java, you just say print and then whatever you want. Oh, and also when you declare a variable, you don't even have to declare the type at the beginning. You can just set it to whatever you want. So this is an array, but let's print file. See how that works. So I'm going to save it. And then I have a terminal down here, which is already pointing to the correct directory. So to run a Python script, I'm going to say Python 3, or you could just say Python. One of them doesn't work, use the other. And then I called it bookmark retriever. So I just started typing the name and then I hit tab, which autofilled the rest of it. Enter. Now this error is actually not a mistake that we made in the code. It actually has to do with the file itself. So this file is actually stored in a very weird format. So text is either plain text or Unicode, which allows you to have special characters like emojis and emote stuff on there. Unfortunately, the kind that's got the emotes is giving us problems right now. As you can see right here, there's special characters right up there. As a matter of fact, I think I can zoom in. I didn't even prepare to allow myself to zoom in, but I happen to be able to thanks to my capture card setup. So that's an added bonus. Anyway, as you can see, we got some special characters right there. And that's giving Python problems. There's ways to make it work, I think, but I wouldn't even bother trying. So what I've done to get around this problem is I just simply created a plain text file. This is the same file, but without the special Unicode. To achieve that, all I did was, in Windows, I just simply created a text file. Call it whatever I want. I'm just gonna call it book so I don't have to type too much. And then rather than opening it with Notepad++, which supports those special characters, I just right click and open it with Notepad instead. And then I just simply paste everything. So I just select all, copy, alt tab, paste. And as you can see, while the special characters are now gone because Notepad does not even support them. So it basically gets rid of any Unicode and makes it plain text. This is a simple way to accomplish that. Just copy everything to plain old Notepad, save it, and that's what you use instead of the .reg file. So rather than trying to get it to work with this special Unicode, this is a much simpler solution. So yeah, with that in mind, so this is the .txt file version. What I just showed you is how to convert it. So instead of accessing this .reg file, we're gonna change our reference to the .text file instead. So I'm gonna change that to .txt because that's the path of this text file. As you can see, it's just right by the .reg. So save that. Now let's run it. Look at that. Now it reads it perfectly fine. So obviously it's got a whole bunch of backslashes, but that does not mean it's reading it wrong at all. If I want to access the first line of that file, all I have to do is say file index 0. Run the script again. And look at that. That's the very first line right there. And because we're accessing an array and each element is a line in this file. So if I want to access, let's say this line right here, that's line 7. So that would be index 6. There we go. That's that line that I wanted to access. Name 3 equals blah, blah, blah. So yeah, imagine trying to do this in Java. Take that, Java programmers. I mean, yeah, this is way simpler by comparison. I don't know if it's any faster behind the scenes, but writing the program is certainly a lot easier. And it's practically plain English too compared to Java. File equals open. Okay, I imagine we're opening a file right here. This just means we're reading it. We're going to read the file. Then we're going to convert it to an array. See how straightforward everything is? It's almost plain English compared to Java. So anyway, yeah, this is the kind of stuff I wanted to demonstrate. That's why I'm actually documenting this process. Otherwise, I'd just be doing it on my own. So we have a way to access our entire file now. How exciting is that? So once we access it, then we can simply just make it work. So let's see here. What would be the next step after this? I think creating our graphical interface would be next. So why don't we create our graphical interface now? It's actually quite straightforward as well. Using Scene Builder with Java might actually be a tad easier, but programming the logic behind the scenes, definitely not. So what I'm going to do first is I'm going to import the graphic library. So I do have to still import libraries, of course. So at the top of the file, I'm going to say, there's a lot of different ways you could do this. There's a lot of different notations for importing files, but what I'm going to use is from tkinter, or however you pronounce that. Tkinter is what we're going to use to make our graphical application. Import everything from it. So that's how you import everything. So then all I have to do to create a window is just create a variable called whatever you want. I'm going to call it GUI or GUI. I actually prefer to pronounce it as GUI. So GUI equals TK. Now, if you're importing tkinter directly, you'll have to say tkinter.tk. Can't remember if the T and K are capital or what exactly, but it's something like that. So just like that, I think I already have a graphical application. I have a window that technically exists already. So let's try running it now. Now, it just crashed, as you saw right there. Why did it crash? I think it's an issue in Mac. So I've actually done some research on this ahead of time because I wanted to see if this project was even possible before starting it, obviously. And tkinter, for whatever reason, crashes on the Mac. I had a miserable day trying to figure out what the crap was going on. And how do I downgrade Python? Because I read that using an earlier version of Python fixes the problem. But the way Python is installed on the Mac is just extremely convoluted. And I wanted to uninstall another version so that I was referencing the version I wanted. And long story short, it's not worth the hassle. Oh, on top of that, and doing research, I had to put up with the internet constantly dropping out too. So when I was trying to install Python, download kept getting interrupted. Misery. Anyway, there's actually a very simple solution, or a workaround at least. So on Mac, on Windows, it should work just fine, I think. Mac actually doesn't have very good support for this. What you'll probably notice about the Mac is it may just work when it comes to the hardware side of things, but when it comes to software and the operating system, Windows, I would say, beats it by far for most things when it comes to compatibility and all those things. But the workaround that we could do is running the actual Python interpreter directly. So I actually downloaded Python using the regular way. I would show you the website, but stupid internet's not working. As you can see, it still hasn't been able to connect yet. The access point's going bonkers. So anyway, you basically download Python from the website just like you normally would. Install the DMG file. Once you get Python installed, this will appear. And this is a Python interpreter right there. This is actually the default environment for writing Python code, but I prefer this one. I'm going to use this just to run our code. So, let's see. I want to open. Where's our scripts? I'm gonna look for it off. I'm gonna pause, look for it real quick, and I'll be right back. Right. So once you find your script, then you just open it like you would typically open up a script. So there's the script that we've written so far. So what's special about this is if I run it on here versus how I was doing it before, if I hit F5, then it works just fine. There's our graphical window without it crashing. So that's a workaround on the Mac. I would highly recommend this over trying to do literally anything else. So obviously having to constantly switch to there and run it is going to be misery, but fortunately I saved the day. Where's our program? Just going to close that out. Also, as you can see, there's the line that we printed out. So I'm going to actually run, I created an alias in the terminal so that I can type in pyrun and run it like that. So I can still run it from the terminal technically, but I created an alias to just make it run quickly. So if you're curious about how I set that up in the terminal, I'm gonna pull the line from the file. So I wanna, this command that I'm running is just how I pull a single line from a file. Kind of like how we pulled line 7 from this file that we loaded here. This is a file where I stored the alias, and I want to grab line 4 of that. So this is what the alias looks like. So this command right here is how I did what I just did with pyrun. So I just say alias pyrun equals, basically bring the Python interpreter in focus. Give me a little bit of delay because the shell is what goes in focus and not this one, so I can't hit F5 to run it from here. This is what has to be in focus instead. I have a keyboard shortcut to switch between those two things, as you can see. The 0.5 just gives me enough time to press that keyboard shortcut and switch over. And then this last thing is how I have it press F5 to run the script. So basically it brings this in focus, waits a half a second so I can press a keyboard shortcut to switch, and then runs the script. So that's how I accomplish that. So now if I say pyrun, I still have our application open right there. But now if I say pyrun, oh, that didn't work because this was in focus instead. There we go. So that little code that I just showed you right here is how I can quickly run this from the terminal essentially. Anyway, that has nothing to do with this program. It's just something I did to make the experience more pleasant. But I probably reduced the pleasantness by taking all that time to explain this. Sorry about that. But anyway, now let's get back to the actual programming. So how do we make the window bigger? Well, it's actually quite simple. All I have to do is say GUI. There's actually multiple ways you can do it. But the way I'm going to do it is I'm just going to say GUI equals, or no, GUI.geometry. Then I can give the resolution like 800 by 600. And you can see that there's no semicolons at the end either. You can have them if you want, but it's not necessary. So let's run this now. So now we have a bigger window, as you can see. So if I wanted to bring it to the center of the screen, I actually don't really care because when I use this, I'll drag it once and then use it for a long time and it won't matter that it starts all the way up here instead of in the center. So what I can also do is specify an XY coordinate. So the top left was like right there. So this would be like roughly half of 1920, just a little bit less. So maybe 600. The Y would be 250 maybe from the top. So let's see how it starts now. That didn't work very well. Bad geometry. I think I misunderstood how the XY works. It really doesn't matter that much, so I'm just gonna get rid of that. Oops. Yeah, there we go. Alright. So this should bring us back to where we just were.
Welcome to VoiceOver.
Oh my god.
VoiceOver speaks descriptions of items on the...
Sorry about that. I think you probably ended up hearing that. Okay. So even though this code doesn't change, it still runs the latest version right here. So now we have a window. I don't know if that's the size I actually want, since it's going to be displaying a picture. I think I might want it to be like a 16:9 ratio like the actual screenshots will be. So maybe I'll do like half of 1600 by 900, which is 800 by 450. Let's try that once. Let's just change that to 800 by 450. See how that works. I think this will be doable. So I could have the picture. Actually, I think what I'm going to do is the picture might be like this size, and I'm just going to add some more height to it so I can add those other elements in there. So let's make this, what do we want it to be? Add another 200 maybe. Oops, I don't want to shut down my computer. Although if I did, it won't end this video because I'm capturing it through another computer. That Windows 1.
Welcome to VoiceOver.
Oh, shut up. Here we go. So I added some height to it. Okay, so we got a window. So now let's see if we can get a video to appear on here. So I've actually figured this out ahead of time, but I have some resources that are worth sharing. Unfortunately, I can't pull them up because the stupid internet is still not working hilariously. But I'll show you what the resources are, and I'll post them in the description for how I figured this all out. So how do we add a picture from a video? We're not just loading an image from a file, we're actually loading the video and basically extracting a frame from that video. It sounds kind of complicated, but it is actually fairly straightforward in Python, believe it or not. Figuring it out might not be the most straightforward thing, but compared to other programming languages, it's probably easier. So back in Windows now. Wait, what? What am I doing in Windows? I forgot. I'm gonna come back to here. Maybe I'll think of what I was gonna do. Oh, I have my resources on there. So, okay, we're still recording. That's good. So these are some resources right here that I'll be posting in the description. But to retrieve a specific frame from a video, I reference this resource on Stack Overflow. What I'm about to show right here was originally on Stack Overflow. I just interpreted some stuff on there and made it work. So I did not figure this stuff I'm about to do out myself. Stack Overflow is a huge help, like it is with a whole lot of different things. So I actually don't remember the code off the top of my head, but I have it right there. So we're going to actually use a Python library called CV2. So if you don't have that installed, you're actually going to have to possibly install it manually. To do that, you would just open up command prompt if you're in Windows. Otherwise, on Mac, you can just say pip3 or pip. I'm going to use pip3 though. Install opencv -python. That'll allow us to use the CV2 library that I'm about to use. Fortunately, I've already downloaded that. Good thing I tested this ahead of time, otherwise we wouldn't have any internet connection. This video would suck. So anyway, I already have OpenCV installed. By the way, if pip doesn't work, then I would just look up why it's not working. I could probably explain it, but I kind of don't want to, considering how much I've been rambling. You want to install Python and have it added to the path variable in Windows. There'll be a checkbox on the Python installer to add it to path or something along those lines. That should make it so it works. So if pip doesn't work, you might have to reinstall Python and check that box. It should be checked by default, but you may have unchecked it while installing it. You want to check it in order for pip to work. Otherwise, you could probably manually reference it in some way. That's not relevant to this. So basically, I'm just going to say imports CV2. And that'll allow us to load the video. Let's see if I can be more straightforward and focused now. So I'm going to import that library. And by the way, if I want to create a title for the program, I could just say GUI.title. And then I think whatever I want it to be, like video or bookmark retriever. Obviously that means something to me. And yeah. So if I were to add a comment here, I'm just going to say creating window. By the way, I'll post this code on GitHub and I'll put a link in the description if you want to be able to download this. But watch this video if you want to know how it was made and understand its whole purpose. So after we create the user interface with literally only 3 lines of code, and technically I think you could actually chain everything together. Could say like .title, bookmark, blah blah blah, .geometry. You might be able to do it all in one line if you really wanted. You can also put the title inside of here, like something like this. Actually, I think it's supposed to use single quotes. Double quotes works fine as far as I can tell. Anyway, let's focus as we have been failing at right now. So let's load our actual video. So for this example, I'm gonna show a slightly more interesting example. Rather than that one that we first looked at. This one is still one of my videos, but the video will look a lot more interesting than looking at some computer screen. The video that we're looking at is this one.
How's it going, guys? This is Joe Tech.
I hope that's not too loud. This is a far more interesting video that I think we should try to see if we can load some sort of frame from this. How about if we load the one where I did this hologram? Let's load a hologram of myself. Like that. Why don't we see if we can load that specific frame into our application? So first thing we need to do is just like how we loaded our text file, we need to do that with the video itself. And we'll use CV2 to accomplish that. So I'm gonna create a variable called capture because I'm really capturing the video. So capture equals CV2.video capture. And I think you just specify the path of the video. So in my case, it would be user/NZ23/documents/ actually I could probably just, I'll copy this. So remember when I was talking about that yank stuff earlier? Well, I'm gonna yank the next 2 words. And then I'll paste it right there. So that was not necessarily copying and pasting, that was yanking and pasting using Vim, which is a text editing that has a lot of complicated commands. So if my text editing looks kind of weird and I'm able to jump to a very specific position, like if I want to go to this capital C right there, I have a command that I can use to do that. Well, I went to this capital C first. If I want to go to the previous one, I could go right there. If I want to delete everything from there up to the next capital C, but not including the capital C itself. So I'm going to delete everything from here over to here. It's actually pretty simple. I just go like this. So that's what Vim allows you to do. It makes it so much easier to keep your hands on the keyboard while you're typing, basically. It's got a steep learning curve, but it makes it feel awesome once you learn it. So that's basically what I've been doing. So if I want to jump to where I was just typing, I'm just gonna go to the quotes right there. There we are. So then, what's the video called? My computer challenge.mp4. So now we've loaded the video into our program. So now we're gonna basically tell it what frame we want to actually capture. So where in the video do we want to capture? That's what we're going to specify now. So with the video we were just watching, I don't actually know the specific frame number, but we can probably calculate it roughly. So 156.36, that's, I'm gonna have to obviously calculate that. So this video is 60 frames per second right here. It takes up like 10 gigs, I believe. So yeah, it's not for the faint of heart for an average video. But oh, I know what I could do. If I press Command G, it'll tell me where it's at. Actually, Command J. 69, of course. It's our favorite number, then it's mirrored afterwards. How nice did this work out? Guess I knew what I was doing all along. I have life all figured out. Anyway, sorry. If I take that times 60, that should be the frame number that I'm looking for. If I pull up calculator, 6996. Who would have known that it would be that out of all numbers? This has got to be a dream, as that thing suggests. There's no way that really happened. But as far as I'm concerned, I'm awake. Don't take my word for it if you're a lucid dreamer, though. Do an actual test. I did a proper test before doing this video, and I clearly have not finished yet, so I believe I'm awake. Kind of wish I was finished, to be honest, but I'm actually having quite a lot of fun. That's all that matters. I would actually like to start getting to bed at this time, but I'm not going to let my bedtime ruin the quality of this video. I'm just gonna ruin the quality of my sleep instead, as I tend to do with a lot of videos. It's worth it for this one. So that's the frame number that we're interested in, roughly. It's not probably not exact, but down to the second level, it's good. We'll probably be on the hologram. So how do we do this? So I just say capture whatever the variable is right here, dot set. We're capturing one frame to display on the window. And then the frame number is what we just calculated, 419760. So that should give us what we want. Now, that's obviously not going to display it on there yet. So we basically set the very specific frame that we're interested in. Now we got to actually interpret it into a frame, because right now it's still a video. It's almost like a bookmark, if you will, but now we gotta capture the actual frame from the video itself. It knows what to do, but now we gotta do it by saying, I don't know what this first variable is on the left, but it works, so I'm just going with it. The frame equals, and yes, you can declare variables like that. I think, if I'm not mistaken, methods or functions it's called in Python. Functions can return multiple values, I think, and the first value that it returns, I believe, goes to that variable. Second one goes to that variable. I could be wrong about this, but I think that's probably how it works. Don't quote me on it unless you can research it yourself, and I happen to be correct here. So we're just simply gonna read it. Capture.read. Sort of like how we read the text file. So now we have our frame stored in there. But now I would like to load it onto our actual graphical interface. How do we do that now? Well, yeah, I don't know off the top of my head, so I'm kind of referencing my code that I have over there. So what we're actually supposed to do is say, so actually this frame is technically an image. So normally you would load an image from a file, but as far as we're concerned, this is the image that we've loaded. So now what we want to do is, and this took a lot of trial and error, FYI. I did a whole bunch of trial and error in researching those sources that I shared, and it led to this. So what we want to actually do is convert we want to convert that frame into an actual image that can be properly rendered. So I'm gonna create a variable called image tk. It can be called whatever you want, but as we know, tkinter is our graphical application. We're making it so it's friendly with our graphical environment, basically. So normally it would probably be used elsewhere. There's other things besides tkinter, but this is how you do it with tkinter. So image tk equals, we actually have to import the library that's necessary for it. And I believe we also have to install another library called pillow. That's what it's actually called. So you just say pip or pip3 install pillow with a capital P. So that's how you install the library that I'm about to use here. So I just say from capital PIL import image with a capital I and image tk. We're going to be using both of them if I remember correctly. So now down here, that's the other thing I like about the Vim editing. I can jump to a specific line. That's why my line numbers looks weird sometimes, and then other times it's completely normal. That's just part of Vim. If I want to go up 12 lines to here, I just type 12, and then to go down, I press K, and then I press J to go up. But I can type in a number to do it a certain amount of time. So if I want to go down 12 times here, just type 12K, and then I just go into typing mode, and next thing I know, I can type. It's amazing. I love Vim. I think it's worth learning if you're willing to put in the work. But it's absolutely not necessary. So image TK equals, actually, no, that's fine. As long as we have a lowercase I, it's perfectly fine because we don't want it to interfere with this. So image TK dot photo image, the frame. So this frame that we took, we're basically converting it into an image that's nice and friendly with our graphical environment. I'll maybe overview what this code does if you'd like. So now to actually display that image that we've basically converted, we're going to actually create a label. Labels are normally text, but it can also be an image. The internet's still not working. It's almost midnight. Unbelievable. Now, where is this image going to go? It's going to go in our GUI variable. Sometimes we might have multiple graphical applications, and we need to tell it which one we're dealing with. So then I say image equals this image TK right there. And we're gonna pack it, which I believe it has to do with how everything is laid out on the interface. That's what .pack does. I don't think it's necessary, but it helps. So let's see if this works, shall we? So now let's run this. So we're actually getting an error, I believe. Let's try it again. Okay, so our interface comes up, but we're actually getting an error. Don't worry, that I'm doing this on purpose because I actually ran into this error when figuring it out. So I just simply looked this up, and that led to this resource right here. This is a resource that told me how to fix that error, basically. And all you have to do is basically the format of frame doesn't actually directly work. We have to convert it into something else. We have to convert it into an array of pixels or something like that. And to do that, all we have to do is say image equals image with a capital I dot from array. I think it's all lowercase, no camel case. The frame. And then it converts it into something that works nicely with it. So now let's run it again and see what happens. Well, look at that. Our image from the frame is now loaded. So that's not exactly the image I was looking for. My calculation was off, but you get the idea. We should be able to load what we want at this point. Now that's a bit large, isn't it? The coloring's off a little bit too. I believe red and blue are swapped. And there's a way to fix that. I don't think I'm going to do it tonight since the internet doesn't work. And I do want to wrap it up sooner. But even with those colors swapped, it will be good enough for me, technically. And I am doing a part 2, so I'll show you how to fix that in part 2. So now let's resize it so it's smaller. So all we have to do is set it equal to itself, but resized, basically. So we're going to use CV2's resize function, and we're resizing frame to what resolution? Well, if I want it to be a 16:9 ratio, I originally had this at 800 by 450. So I think it's reasonable to resize it to 800 by 450. I think that'll give me a decent size. Because yes, size matters. So anyway, I think that should resize it to what I want, so let's try it now. Well, look at that. There we go. It works. So now we can extract a specific frame from the video into our graphical application right there. Red and blue are switched around, unfortunately. It's kind of interesting how the reflection actually matches, isn't it? That doesn't seem like it really should, but I'll fix that in the part 2. So I'm going to actually implement a whole nother thing, but this is what I care about a lot more. What if I have screenshots that I took for compilations? That's what I did back in the day. I took some screenshots of what I wanted to compile. And what if I want to go based on those screenshots rather than a video? Well, I'm going to add that functionality too. I'm going to basically have a tab view and be able to switch between each mode. That's what part 2 is going to be about. Basically, just spoiler alert, we're not doing that now, but that's what's gonna happen. So we got our frame loaded. That's pretty exciting. Trust me, that was I know I didn't really seem all that excited just now, but I promise I was excited when I originally figured this out. So I actually had a sleepless nights a couple nights ago because of this very project. So it was like all I could think about for the past couple days. This project I'm working on now is pretty much all I could think about for the past couple days. It kept me up pretty late. It took a while to fall asleep. Let's just put it that way. I think I got most of the excitement squeezed out now, but when I go beyond this, that's where it'll get exciting. So, let me think here. Let's go on to the next thing. I was just going to see if I typed in that number correctly. 419760. It could even be 30 frames per second. I don't know. I doubt it. Let's just see what happens if I do half of it. So, let's see what that does. Well, look at that. That's not right, obviously. That's a B-roll shot. That video, because it's 3 hours long and basically has B-roll stuff like this throughout the entire video, you can imagine how much time went into editing that video. I'm just gonna say this video took like 3 or 4 years to work on altogether. It probably took like 5 or 6 months to edit with hours a day, if I remember correctly. I learned so much from doing that project, but yeah, I'm so glad I'm not doing anything like that ever again. So we basically have our image now. At this point, we're gonna want everything else. Let's try to see if we can create our buttons now. So how do we add a button? Well, sadly, I don't remember that off the top of my head, but it is just a one-liner, as you can imagine. So after this, I think this is where it'd be appropriate to create our button. Sorry, I'm not doing a very good job with comments everywhere, but I've been terrible with that in general. I tend to just write code because I know what it means. Oh, speaking of that, let me walk through everything like I said I would. So we're just importing some libraries that we're using. This is for the graphical interface. This is so we can read the video. And this is so we can convert the video into an image to display on our graphical environment. This creates the actual window. This sets the title, which, did that actually work? Yep, bookmark retriever right there. I would like to figure out how to change this too, but that's not really my concern right now. This sets the resolution of the window. This specifies the video we're trying to read from. This is the moment that we're actually capturing from a video into an image. This basically reads that actual frame and puts it in a variable that we can manipulate later on. This will resize it so it fits on the window nicely rather than taking up the full screen or whatever. It fits nicely because of that. This converts it to an actual image that the graphical program can work with. And then this is what actually displays that image that we created up here. This stuff is not relevant yet, but it will be relevant later. So that's basically what the code does. You realize how quickly I just went through that? Now imagine I was doing that in Java. You run this while loop so that it runs one line at a time. This variable means basically as long as we have a line that exists, keep going. And I'll stop when it's at the end of the file. Then I explain what actually happens in that loop. And yeah. I mean, this is all the code that's required to create this. It pulls an image from a video. With how many lines of code is that anyway? 3, 4, 5, 6, basically 9, 10, 11 lines of code? OMG. How in the world did we keep that so short and simple? That is crazy. This is why I'm using Python, because it's, I think, underrated, and you can clearly see that right here. I often wish Java was this simple when I'm programming in math. Python does support object-oriented stuff like Java, and I think even that's quite a bit more straightforward if I'm not mistaken. The main thing that sucks about Python is the indentation matters. If you get it wrong, the whole program may break. So just like how if you forget a semicolon in Java, having the wrong indentation in Python is a big deal. Not in Java though. Also, Python, I believe, actually runs slower behind the scenes compared to Java. I could be wrong, but like for some things it is slower. Otherwise, I think Python, to me, it comes out ahead in almost everything, but I'm sure there's some caveats to that. I don't do a whole lot of either one, but from what I've seen, I would pretty much go Python all the way. Python for the win. For you Java people, just do the right tool for the right job. If Java is the right tool, go with that, obviously. Python is, go with that. I would say just, it's about having the right tool for the right job. Whether it's Java, Python, C#, JavaScript, you name it. to use the right tool for the right job. That's why there's so many different languages. Aside from their origins, they all have pretty much different purposes. So again, use the right tool for the right job. I believe for this particular thing I'm making, Python is. When you factor in compatibility and also how simple it is, I'd go Python. You could even use like bash scripting, where you just write a script in the terminal and do it. Pretty sure that's possible too, but Python is going to be a lot simpler. Just trust me on that one. I'm terrible at terminal scripting. There's a lot of things where I use terminal scripting, but I wish I would have just done it in Python. Could have done it like 50 times quicker, at least 69 times quicker, maybe. I don't know. So anyway, I'm so sorry about going off on all these different tangents. But now let's create a button on our environment. So let's add a button like right there maybe. So to create a button, I think all you have to do is say button. We're placing it in the GUI variable. Actually, yeah, I think that's right. Right? Well, let's try this once. So then you just put the text you want to have it say. So text equals this is a button. I'll put that for the test. Now let's try it. Well, that didn't work. There's a slight chance that we might want to... What could I have done wrong? Oh, I think we have to set it to a variable. Like button 1 equals that, maybe. Yeah, that would make sense to me. Let's try that once. I think it'll run better now. Nope. I think we might have to actually do something like tk.button or something along those lines. Actually, we might have to say .pack at the end. Otherwise, it might not work. So I'm just gonna get rid of everything right there. Let's try it again. There we go. So we have to say .pack and then it'll be consecutive basically. Actually, that's not really what I wanted. I wanted a text box. See, this is why you try to write out a design for the interface before you start doing it. Otherwise, you just randomly do stuff and then you can't think. You constantly change your mind. Dedicate time to designing this out. Then you can refer to it later when you want to get the logic taken care of. So this is a text box actually. It's not a problem because we can just put that above. I'm just gonna call it entry 1. So the text box is called an entry in Python. And I think that's fairly straightforward. You just say entry GUI, and then I think you can put text in it as well. If you want to have some text ahead of time. Actually, no, I think there's like this insert and remove. We'll figure that out later on. So I think this is all I have to do actually. Right? Well, let's see what that does. We also have to say dot pack. So if an element doesn't appear, say dot pack. Otherwise, we have to specify where we want to put it. If you just say dot pack, it'll basically just do one after the other. Python will be able to figure all that out. So does that look like what we want so far? You know, I like the idea of having the greater than and less than symbol on each side, maybe. I don't know. You know, I also like the idea of using the left and right arrow rather than creating buttons. Why don't we add some keyboard shortcuts? That's what I'm going to be doing anyway. I'm just going to create a bunch of keyboard shortcuts. That'll make it so I don't have to put as many elements on there. But it'll also... Keyboard shortcuts, honestly, are the way to go for me. So that's what I'm going to do. So this will be the save button, actually, so I'll change that. So I'll just change that to save. Actually, I might end up just hitting enter to save it too, realistically speaking. I think I'll have it. If I hit enter, it'll save its progress. And then shift enter will go to the next page, so yeah, given how late it is, I think it might be best to just do the keyboard shortcuts for now. I'm totally fine with that. Although I might want to... Nah. Actually, it would be quite simple. We might want to have a way to store the index. So I'll declare that up here. I think above this, I'll declare my variables. So index equals so I start out with 0. I think what I'm going to actually end up doing is read that from the file as well. I'll store that in the actual file that all the bookmarks are stored in too. But for now, let's just set it to 0. We're going to eventually get into the meat of this whole thing, which is obviously reading from this file and working with it directly. Right. Now what? Okay, so I have this index variable. So I might want to actually say, once I create the entry, I might want to say entry1 dot insert, I think. Started at the beginning. I want to insert the index variable. Possibly. Let's see if that works. That should make it so it automatically says 0. Let's try that once. Well, that certainly did not work. Because insert's not the right word. Any chance it's a capital I? Nope. Shoot. Do I have... Didn't write that down ahead of time. There's no internet, so I'm gonna look it up on my phone. And I would be able to show my phone screen on here, but I don't currently have that set up at the moment. So I think what I'll do is I'll pause this video, look it up, and tell you the answer. I could be wrong, but I think what you have to actually do is it's a lowercase I, but you can't just add a number. It has to be a string. This is one of the other cons of Python. While you could declare the data type, and while you don't have to here, you kind of have to do it later on. Like here, I have to specifically convert it to a string. Whereas if I declared it ahead of time, I might not have to do that. It'll just know what to do with it, possibly. Let's see if that fixes it. Nope. So entry clearly works. So why does that not work? According to the documentation I was just looking at, it should. So according to this, it is the correct syntax. See that right in the middle? Insert, index, and a string. So that is the right index. I mean the right syntax. Let's see if I can figure out where it's used. Yeah, it doesn't give any examples. That's strange that that wouldn't work. I don't know what's going on here. Well, what if I type in a normal string, like test or something? Do you think that would work? I'm gonna do some more research to figure out what's going on. I certainly don't want to ruin the quality of this video being stuck on stuff like this. Well, apparently it has to do with this dot pack right here. So there's not supposed to be a dot pack right there. What you're supposed to do is put that in its own line. So entry 1 dot pack, because entry 1 is supposed to return the actual entry, but it doesn't really do that for the purpose of manipulation with the dot pack at the end. Basically, in a way, we can't access our entry if we have the dot pack at the end. So it has to be on its own line. In a nutshell, I think that's what's going on. Yeah, there we go. Now it works. So, very weird. Sometimes it doesn't matter, but other times it does. Depending on how you're manipulating it, it might matter. So if you're getting an error like what I was just getting, this is probably why in general. So obviously you run a function, it returns something. And when you add dot pack to the end, it doesn't return anything at all suddenly. But by running it on its own line, this will still return something and still do what it needs. So anyway, moving on. So let's see if it works with index. It's probably not going to. I'm guessing I'm still gonna have to convert it to a string like I did earlier. Oops. So right there, I just didn't press a shortcut. Oh, it worked. Did it really work? So if it worked, it ought to obviously work if I put 69. I'll be darned. It does work with a number too. So this index variable will be changed over time. But for now, I'm going to assume it's 0 until proven otherwise. So, there we go. Now we got... You kind of got this working from a design perspective. We got that 5 there. Those buttons, I think we should try to create those buttons. I don't know how to create them next to each other necessarily, but hopefully it's not too hard. Let's see if we can figure out how to do that now. So we're gonna actually create a button 2 up here. Actually, it wouldn't hurt to just yank that line and then change that 1 into a 2. I think they're the shortcut that I'd be able to use. That is so cool. So if I press Control A with the Vim, it'll actually go to the first number that it detects and then increment it by 1 automatically. Doesn't even matter where you are necessarily. I think if I'm after that number, you have to be on the same line. Anyway, that's irrelevant to this, so this particular text should say, I think we're also going to have to move this dot pack to another line because we want the button to do stuff, obviously, so this will not fly. But for this, let's make it a less than symbol, then a greater than symbol. So that becomes a greater than. Now, I think actually that dot pack would allow us to do what we want. I think you can specify like an alignment inside the parentheses or something like right or something along those lines. Let's see what happens. I don't know if that's gonna work though. Obviously, nope. Well, I'll be right back. I'm gonna figure out sort of how the pack variable works. Right, so I'm not gonna worry about it too much. I'm just gonna go with what I have here, which is this. I said side equals left, and then I'm anchoring it north, and it's definitely not what I would like, but it will work for now. I just have them on each side like this. So now let's program the buttons to increment and decrement. We'll worry about the time code stuff when we start reading data. So let's see if we can program the buttons to actually work. So I think, if I remember correctly, we just have to add another parameter and say command equals whatever the function is. Like button to action or something. So like right here, oops, I'll add button 3 action. So then I think we basically create functions probably above it, I'm guessing. So to create a function in Python, I'm just gonna say button to action, and I'm using camel case. That's just my personal preference. Use a colon after it, and then it indents like that. Then you basically have it do whatever you want. There's actually something else I've been forgetting. So we actually want to run a program loop so it can keep running continuously, of course. So I'm going to say GUI.main loop. Won't make much difference, I don't think, but might matter. Oops. So what do we want to do when we press the button? We want to increment so less than symbol. So actually we want to decrement index by 1. So then I'll just create a button 3 action and increment it by 1. So I don't think it'll just update right out of the gate. But it probably could if we did like a binding. Index reference before assignment. Is it not global? I think what we might have to do right here to fix it is the variable scope is limited, so I think I can just say global index equals 0. That's my way of fixing it for now. What did I do wrong? Do I have to return something? What is the invalid syntax? Line 28, is that really happening? Possibly, so I might have to say return none because it's not returning anything. Then put it there too.
Welcome to VoiceOver.
Sorry about that. Still invalid syntax. What is wrong? Something is clearly not working right. I think I'm just gonna reload this file. So let's go up here and reload it. Where's the I don't think you can actually set it right off the bat. You might want to say like global index, then index equals 0 or something like that. Come on. Local variable index reference before assignment. I don't get it. I mean, the order, obviously that can matter. Name index is not defined. That's a different error. What is this nonsense right here? I thought that variables would be global and accessible within functions. You know, maybe it has to be after the button declarations. I don't know. Let's try that once. Not sure if that'll make any difference. Because I don't think it has to be global if I remember correctly. Wait, I'm thinking of auto hotkey. Python does not do that. I don't think Python even needs...
Welcome to VoiceOver. VoiceOver.
Come on. I actually don't really think... Come on. Now what? Local variable index reference before assignment. I assigned it up here. What is your problem? Now I'm going to look up how to do a global variable in Python. I think if I'm not mistaken, you have to actually specify global inside the function itself, even if you do it out here. Or even if you declare it out there. I'm not getting any errors when I do this. So I think what I'll do is I'll have it change the variable and then have it print that variable. And then same thing down here.
Welcome to VoiceOver.
Can't do that, right? It's getting late. Yeah, now it's going up as expected and going down as you can see. We just need to get the text box to update. So in order to do that, I think we might have to so entry might have to actually do this inside of each function, and then might have to make it global if it's not accessible. So let's see. So this is where we would update it. But first, before we insert it, we have to actually erase what was there before. So I'll just say entry1.delete, I think. Then you could do 0, end. I think that's how you do that. So then we're just going to want to do the same thing down there. So I'll just copy those 2 lines and paste it. So I think if I'm not mistaken, that'll make it change. Amazing. I actually can't believe that we already have that functionality. So actually we are going to be modifying the file if we save where we left off. So ideally the image will also change when I click on the arrows and whatnot. Well, this is kind of a relief after all this nonsense. It's also nice that I don't have to declare global for entry 1. Okay, so now what? Let's look at this. So I think we should try to create keyboard shortcuts for that now. I'm being a little bit of a feature freak, but I know for a fact that I'm going to want to have the image change if I press enter after typing in a number. So actually, maybe we should do the logic where we read stuff from the file now. See if we can load a specific frame. How about if we do that first? So the next step is to see if we can read stuff from this file and load onto our interface. So obviously now we are already reading the file. We don't need that print statement now. So I'm gonna actually have the file just basically get rid of these lines here, and then it's just this. But I think what I want to do is in the line right here, I want to specify some information, like where did we leave off, so that when it reads the file it could just retrieve it. That would be pretty neat if it could do that. So obviously if we look at the file now, Now the line number no longer counts from 0, technically speaking. So if I want name 5, in theory, I think file index 5 should give me that. So, kind of want to run it from here. I'm going to comment out all this graphical stuff. So I'm going to go to the top, add triple quote, which is the starting line to comment at. Go to the bottom, then add triple quote here too. So now everything in between is commented out, basically. Actually, I still want that. So here we go. There we go. So now we can do Python 3, then the bookmark stuff. So now while this no longer basically starts at 0 because of this line, this starts from 0. So this name variable is irrelevant as far as we're concerned right now. But now let's figure out how do we calculate the frame numbers. So that's actually probably the first thing I want here is the frame rate. So there is a way to retrieve the frame rate, but I'm not going to bother with that since I'm always going to be referencing the same file for a really long time. Like, I'm going to be referencing a file that's got probably 2,000 lines on it. So you can see why this program's going to be handy. So maybe I want to specify the frame rate, which for example right here, it's 60 frames per second. And I'll have them comma separated, so I can format it however I want. But I think what I'll end up doing is, actually maybe before I declare this file here, I'll add a comment that says frame rate, comma, actually there will be no spaces in between the comma. So the frame rate, where we left off, the index, so maybe 0. That's what I'll have it start at. Anything else we need to store? Frame rate and index, I think, is a good start. So that's what these two numbers here are. First one's the frame rate, second one's the index. So once we've loaded the file, then we need to obviously interpret it. And this is actually going to go first, technically speaking. So it's not the worst idea to copy everything or move everything up to here. Maybe. You know, it's fine to create the window first, but yeah, let's do this. So now I'm going to delete that comment. So I think I might actually want to still have everything commented out, so I think I'll just have that end right there. Start there. And end there. So now we just have our file stuff to reference. All the interface stuff is now commented out. So we can run it here without running into errors, basically. I feel like I'm a little bit lost in the weeds right now, so I apologize about that. But okay. So I think the next order of business would be to load this. So I think what I'll do is I'll create a variable called information equals file index 0. So the first line of that is going to be 60 comma 0. So obviously now if I were to print information 60 comma 0, so that's everything. So actually I think what I'll do is I'll convert this into an array itself, separated by commas, but so I could say dot split by a comma. So now the 60 will be index 0, the 0 will be index 1. So now if I look at that information, the 60 and 0 are now in an array, so it's easy to access the data. So information index 0, it's a frame rate, which means now we can declare frame rate equals information index 0. Now, I believe it comes in as a string, but I want to be able to do math on it, so I'm going to convert it to an integer. So to do that, I'm just going to say int. So it'll convert that string to an integer. I don't even have to say like integer.parseInt like in Java. I just say int like that. So now frame rate should be 60. If I look at that. Perfect. And what if I do frame rate times 2? So we have a frame rate variable that we can actually manipulate now, do some math on it. And then that index, we're also going to want to convert that to an integer. So I'll just duplicate that line and call it, that's the actual index variable. So this is where we're going to declare it. So maybe we actually want to declare our variables right here instead. So I'll move this here when we get this all figured out. So this index is just simply information index 1. Man, that control A is so cool. Just brought me right to the number and incremented it. So now in theory we should be able to just say index and it'll give us 0 as an integer. Perfect. So now we've read our essential data. So now we have everything we need to know to convert this into the frame that we're interested in, hopefully with accuracy. And yeah, I really hope this is accurate. So now what? So what is this number right here? Why don't we program that? Actually, let's change this path because this path is no longer accurate. Interesting. So now this, we can actually change this to the format of the video we're referencing. And notice how everything here is separated by semicolons. I think that might be the best way to access our path. We'll do that dot split that we did with this using semicolons here to get the path. So I'm going to do a find and replace here. Oops. That's how you hide an application. Find and replace right there. So This is obviously what we're interested in. So we want to replace that with, actually, we don't need to replace this part. Everything before it becomes users, Zinzi23, documents, NPC favorites, I believe it's called. Yeah. Slash whatever the video is named. I believe that's what it is, right? Yep. Casual video 7 part 2. Perfect. So let's replace all. So now we have the correct path here for manipulation. So there's a lot of stuff in here that doesn't really matter as far as we're concerned, but all we really need is the time and the path, so we know what video we're referencing. Although it's always going to be this. No, it's not always going to be the same video. Oh, I wonder how that's going to work when I actually do this, because I'll be referencing videos that are in a bunch of different folders because of like episodes. When I rip them off a DVD, it stores like 6 or 7 episodes in a single file in this example, and that's always going to change. The path is going to be different depending on which file I'm looking at. So I'm going to have to be clever with how I use find and replace there. But in this case, it's the same file, so it doesn't matter. But when I'm actually using this, that won't be the case. I'm not going to cover how I'm dealing with that on camera. But this will work for now. So what is this number here? Well, let's convert that into the actual frame that we're interested in. So I'm going to create a variable called frame number. So how can we convert this weird number into a frame number? Well, this happens to be a multiple of, is that the right word? Well, 1 second is basically 10 million. So that means if this number was 30 million, that represents 3 seconds. If it was like 30,500,000, that's 3.5 seconds. So a second is equal to 10 million. So if you divide this by 10 million, that'll be the second that we're referencing. And if the frame rate is 60, then we can convert that to the actual frame, knowing the frame rate that we specified right here. And it might be different depending on what I'm referencing, which is why I'm specifying it here. So how do we convert this number? Well, let's get access to it first of all. So how do we get access to all these elements? We're gonna have to go, we're probably gonna want to loop through each line, I think. We're gonna loop through all these, and then we'll create an array that stores all the frame rates or the elements or whatever. I think that's what we're gonna want to do, because then based on the index we know which one to reference. So we're gonna create an array of I would call it time code, but that's gonna be a variable I'll use later on. Times seconds. I know it's not really seconds, but as far as I'm concerned, that's what it is. Equals an empty array. And now I want to load all these values into there. So to do that, to do a for loop in Python, you say for I in range. And how many times are we going to be doing this? Well, it's kind of based on this length right here. So this is 10 entries right there. And that's 11 lines long. So we want to, so file is what we're interested in. So for I in range, the length of file, which right now is 11, but we want 10 lines, as you can see down here. So length of file minus 1. So the index that we're always going to be interested in is I plus 1. So file index I plus 1 is the line of interest. So I'll create a temporary variable called maybe times second, not plural. It'll be a temporary variable that stores the number that we're going to add to the array ultimately. Times second equals file index I plus 1, because we're ignoring the first line. Times second equals file index I plus 1. And we'll split that by semicolons. So the very first element will be this, which we can completely disregard. This is the one we're interested in, so I'll say dot split by semicolon. So basically it's an array storing song, this number, 0, then the path, with a quote at the end. So times second is basically an array storing well, just for reference, let's just say if I equals 0, so this will only happen on the first iteration, then I can just print that specific times second. This will comment out for now. That too. So what are we getting now? So since everything is separated by semicolons, this is the first element. Actually, everything started at the beginning to the first semicolon, then to the second one, and so on. That's exactly what we got. So we're interested in index 1. So technically, if we really wanted to, we could put an index 1 right there. And since we want to manipulate it, it's a string right now, so we might want to convert that to an integer. So right here, I'll just say int, and then, yeah. So now it'll be just the number alone that we want. So that's the way we're going to retrieve the number. We're not going to do any fancy regular expression, but there we go. So now we got the number of interest. So now we could use that to convert it to the frame number. And since we determined the frame rate, we'll probably be using that in our calculation. So remember, we have a variable storing all these different time seconds right here. So Obviously, I will get rid of that if statement right there. That's just so that we're only paying attention to the first iteration and it's not doing it like 15 times. Otherwise, it would print 15 different numbers. Test it one at a time and then we can scale it to where we are at. Unbelievable that the internet still doesn't work. Hopefully by tomorrow morning it'll be fixed. Having to go with cellular data is kind of inconvenient, especially considering my mobile hotspot is throttled to like 128 kilobits per second. That's the problem with monopoly companies. They get to just do stuff like that. It never used to throttle, but ever since I got my new phone, now it does. So I have to do everything on there. Anyway, that's not the point. So what are we doing now? Well, so we have the time second. We now need to convert it into the actual frame that we're retrieving so we can specify it right there. So how do we calculate that? So we can get the actual second by dividing it by 10 million. Do we want to do the whole calculation on a single line? Or... So if we divide that by 10 million, I think we'll get the second that we're interested in. So I think if I'm not mistaken, I could just divide it by 10 million. See what that gives us. And I think I'm gonna also lower it down because I don't want a decimal, obviously. I just want the closest frame. Because what frame am I displaying? Yeah, I'm just thinking about what I'm going to be doing later. I'm fine with putting floor for right now, so I'm going to lower it down. I think that's all I have to do. I could be wrong. Let's try it. Nope. I think I might have to import math if I'm not mistaken. And then do like math.floor. I can't remember. That's it. I can't believe I just did that off the top of my head. In Java, nothing like that's happening off the top of my head, I'll tell you that much. Amazing. So I just got rid of the decimal. That's close enough as far as I'm concerned. So that's the second of interest. Is that right? 8448. What does that translate to? Whatever I can ask Google on here, that'd be kind of interesting to try. 8,448 seconds to minutes and seconds. 140.8 minutes. That's 2 hours and 20 minutes basically. Why don't we see how accurate this is? So let's come into Windows where I have the actual bookmarks and usability. So 2 hours, 20 minutes, 49 seconds. Why don't I try 140.8 minutes to hours, minutes, and seconds. .3467 hours. Wait, hours and minutes. 2 hours and 28.8 minutes. That's about right. 2 hours and 20.8 minutes is what my phone is currently telling me. That's basically the conversion. So 20.8 minutes, if that's even exact. That's 8/10 of a minute. 48 seconds is about 48 is like 4/5, which is 8/10. So that's basically correct right there. So we technically did convert it correctly. Now the frame number. Do we take that and multiply it by the frame rate? Is that what it is? If something is 10 seconds long, and we want to figure out like the last frame, or how many frames is 10 seconds? Something's 10 seconds long, 60 frames per second. That's 600 frames total, right? 10 times 60. Sorry, I'm literally doing some math at 1:30 in the morning. I'm bonkers. I know. So I don't want to stop, otherwise I'm gonna keep thinking about this, so it'll keep me up at night. If I finish this, then it won't. Probably. And I can sleep in pride. If this ends up working. So what's the frame? 2 seconds. How about? So how many frames is 2 seconds in? Well, 60 would be 1 second. It is the number of seconds times the frame rate, I would assume. That's good enough for me. Let me get that menu out of the way. So we have the number of seconds. Just multiply by the frame rate. Okay. So now what? That looks right. 506, 880. That must be right. I don't know. So we have the number of interest. We have the frame number, which is what we want when we specify an index. So on our main program, we specify like index 0. We're going to want the frame number for that index 0, right? Well, that's what this array time seconds is for. So now that we got the first time second, we can just add it to the array. So let's say time seconds dot append time second. And just like that, we should end up with an entire array of that. So let's try it out. So we can get rid of that if statement, move those 2 lines, and then we'll print time seconds. We should have all the numbers. That index I plus 1. Oh, we're doing 1 less, and then we're probably offsetting by 1, so maybe this should be minus 2. Not only is it, I'm guessing minus 2 is what we want. Yeah. Actually, so how many elements do we have? 10. How many lines do we need? 10. I think that's right. So all these numbers that we see right here are the frame numbers from this number right there. So I think we have all the frame numbers that we need. So now it's probably right to parse out this information here. So actually, since we need that file dot split twice, are we gonna actually loop through it twice just for both of those elements, or can we get it in advance? And nah, I think we can loop through it twice. So now we're gonna do a similar loop to retrieve the path instead. So let's yank those 3 lines and paste it. So I think this is still the same as before. But now what we want to do is, rather than times second, the path. I'm just gonna change that to the path. And that's, we know off the bat that's not an int. We also know we're not gonna be flooring that. So I think we can get rid of that whole thing, and it's basically still file index I plus 1 like we were doing before. It's the same indexes, we're just, this is not 1, it is now do I have a history? Yeah, so it's not index 1 anymore. Now we're interested in index 3. So right here, file index 1 dot split by a semicolon, just like we did above, index 3. That should be the path now, I hope. So I'm going to comment that print statement out, and I'll comment that out too, and just print the path. It's going to be an array of all the paths, I think. I just want to make sure it works. Yeah, it's the same path for all of them. So if I were to temporarily change one, like that, that should obviously reflect. Oh, I just saved that, so now it updated. So it retrieves all the paths one at a time, so it clearly doesn't repeat the same thing in any way. Good to know. Uh-oh. I think I got rid of the haha now. Nope. Where is it? Ah, here it is. So, there we go. Now they're all the same. So we have all the paths now, so all we need to do is append. We need to create another array for the paths, so I'll do the plural version of that. And then the index will be parallel with both of those lists. I could put those loops in a function, but why bother? And actually, since we're declaring variables here, I'll add a line there. So instead of time seconds, the paths dot append the path. So now we should be able to print Obviously, if we do the length of the paths, should get 10. Now something probably did not work there. That's supposed to be 10, not 9. How come? Is that 10? Oh no. Oh, we didn't save this at first, so we were dealing with an outdated version of the text file, so it is -1, I believe. Yeah, and we're not erroring out too, so that's cool. So time seconds is what we want. And how about the paths? Is that the right length? I think so. So now let's just see what the array looks like. So I think that would be exactly what we're looking for, all the paths to all the files. Great. That actually wasn't quite as bad as I thought it would be. Imagine doing this in Java now. Right. So now that we got that, you think we're ready to try it out? Are we actually at a point where we can implement that? So yeah, let's try implementing it once. That sounds right to me. Kind of tempted to move this down there with my OCD, but whatever. So I'm gonna I'm gonna move all those lines to here. And there we go. So now we can try it out. So obviously instead of this, so we're gonna probably want to put some of this in a function because we're gonna be rerunning some of these lines again, and we don't want to repeat ourselves everywhere we use it. So I think in order to, starting from here, every time we press a button or change the index, we're gonna want to run this again, essentially. So I think it deserves to be put into its own function. So remove all that so I can create a function called updates GUI. I don't care. Need parentheses. So let's indent all that. So hopefully, obviously now we're gonna want to run this outside so it works in the first place when we first started up. So how are we thus far? Let's see how far we've come now. So obviously it didn't retrieve the image. Some variable is not global, I think. I think some variables need to be accessed outside So let's make capture global. CV2 possibly. I don't know if we could do it comma like that. So capture RET frame. I'm just basically making all the variables I'm seeing global, so it could be accessed outside. Image TK, possibly the other image TK. Not sure if we'll need image. We might need the GUI inside of here. Why don't we see if that improves anything? So I think it should run because the file still exists and all that. There we go, that fixed it. I actually wasn't sure if it would or not. So now instead of doing this image, we want to do what we pulled from this file. So that means we're also going to need to make these arrays global too. The index, I think we're also going to need that. Frame rate and index as well. So frame rate, index, time seconds, and the paths. So rather than passing them in right here, we're just declaring them as global right here, I guess. So obviously, actually we won't need frame rate and index because, well, we'll need index. Probably. Frame rate is only used in the calculation. Everything we need is inside of there, so I don't think we actually need frame rate. So this will be time seconds, index, I think. This should be parallel. Time seconds index 0 correlates with the actual image index 0. So then the paths, I believe everything's already a string, so here I could just say the paths index. Could that possibly be everything I need? Can you imagine if that's all it took? The resize failed. Do we have access? We do have access to frame. Does something not read correctly? I'm gonna pause this and then figure it out. Come on. There we go. Right. So I think I figured out what the issue is. It's actually quite a simple issue, as you can imagine. I actually foreshadowed this issue earlier. So why don't we look at the file ones and I'll let you know what's wrong. See that quote at the end? Well, there's no beginning quote, so that's interfering with everything. So technically we want all characters but the very last one. So in order to achieve that, I'm going to up here where I say index 3, so actually, first of all, I kind of want to try something real quick. I think I'm going to comment out literally everything and just try something real quick, something that could make this fairly easy. So if I create a variable called characters equals, I don't know, like hi there. So obviously if I were to print characters, then it prints hi there. But if I want to print obviously only the first 3 or whatever, I could do 0:3 because technically a string is an array of characters, I believe. So that actually does 0 through 2. So what if I did 0 to the length of characters? You're probably wondering why this is relevant. You'll see in a second. Now if I do the length of characters -1, it'll do everything but the last character. Isn't that quote that we have causing a problem? Well, what if we did everything but that last character, the quote? So that's how we would accomplish that. So what we actually want to do is, rather than just saying index 3, we want to do 0 colon the length of that. Do I actually have to do this again? The length of file index I plus 1 dot split. Yeah, I don't love that I'm doing this because it's kind of inefficient, but it's simple for me to write. So the length of that, this is very convoluted, so it'll do everything but the last character, I think. So why don't we try that once and see if it works. So pi run. Now what? That looks like a slightly different error than what we were getting earlier. Well, one thing we could do is print the paths index, because that's what was wrong. I just simply double checked everything and then that was wrong. So now why is it printing that twice? And did I forget the -1? Oh my gosh, I am such a dunce. I forgot the -1 right there. I think that should fix everything. I basically implemented the solution, but I didn't do it in a way that actually solves the problem. So hopefully now it will. I just happened to notice there were still quotes there. So I think everything is still the same. I also added this return none. I don't know if it was necessary, but whatever. Now what? Okay, so data type incompatibility, I think. So line 25. Um, wait, is that I think I might have the parentheses wrong. Yeah, I have it inside this length right there. That is not right. It's supposed to be outside. I think I just did that wrong. No way. So it got what we wanted. So obviously it won't go to the next image yet because we still have to add this to our button presses. Once we do that, then I think it would work. Possibly. Because I am redefining the label and all those things. Okay, good. I am still recording. That's what I would sure hate if the production was suddenly screwed up. I know the green and blue values are mixed up, but we'll fix that in part 2. It's not a big deal. If I can see what it looks like overall, which I still can, then it's fine. But yeah, I think normally you have an RGB value. This is actually BGR. The B and R are flipped. So I think that's why it looks the way it does. But not a big deal for right now. That's interesting how the white is still white though. I suppose when you add up all the values, it still ends up being white. So, is that why? I don't know. So that does work a lot better now. That is fantastic. So, so we really just have to make button 2 and button 1 run this. Once we've... So I think... Should we do it before the text box changes? I think all we have to do is say update GUI. Then I'll do the same thing down here. Can you imagine if suddenly the image changed just by doing that? I forgot to press a key. There we go. Okay, so it worked, but it's adding the element, it's creating new elements rather than replacing the existing one. That's why. So the label that we create, is that set to a variable? No, it's not. We should probably set that to a variable, then reset that variable rather than creating new labels and not setting them to variables. So frame image, assuming I don't have another variable named that. Frame image equals, no, that's not. So frame image equals label. I think that might actually be all we have to do. So I'm gonna add frame image to our global variable access. Is that all I'd have to do? I created a function, so I only had to change it in one place, I think. That might be enough because it would just replace a variable. Hopefully. The good news is nothing changed there. Oh, great. So how do you delete an element? But even if you delete it, then I think it's this dot pack. I think I'm gonna have to do a grid and then I'm gonna figure out how to replace an element and I'll be right back. I'm gonna have to use my phone because the stupid internet's still not working. Right, so I'm not 100% confident in my ability to do this right now, but I found a website that gave me the potential way to do it. So why don't we see if we can get it to work? So I think what I actually want to do, rather than configuring the image right here, why don't I copy that? And what I actually want to do is below that, it's frame image dot configure image equals, or what I was just right there. I kind of want to do it there instead, I think. And then the label itself. Kind of looks like you want to say frame image dot image equals image tk potentially. I'm not even sure if that's right. Could that possibly be it? Well, let's find out. None type. Wait. Yeah, so the label itself, because I'm doing the dot pack, right? So now I'm gonna have to do this. I think that'll fix that issue. Good news so far. I'm kind of nervous to try this. I have a little bit of PTSD, pre-traumatic stress disorder. I don't know if this is gonna work. Will this work? Nope. I really don't even want to figure this out tonight. So, kept the old image, which is interesting. That's kind of interesting. What happens if I leave that out?
Welcome to VoiceOver.
Sorry about that. Oh man, that didn't work either. There we go. How about now? Well, that's it. So I think we actually probably don't want that line. Frame image is global. What would happen if it wasn't? Don't know if that would change anything. No. I'm just gonna make it global just in case. Now what? I don't know exactly what I want to do at this point. I think I'm gonna skip over this for now. Try to have it display a time code. So the button action will update the interface. So within here, I'm probably also going to want to have the label for wait. So how is the entry updating? Oh, yeah, right there. It's just updated within the button action. So what if I want to... Sorry, I'm a little bit lost trying to figure out where everything is. So the update GUI only has... So I kind of wonder if this should go and update GUI as well. I think that would be pretty reasonable, especially since we're repeating ourselves. I think I'm gonna put it right there. So then I can just get rid of those. So does that still work? Does it update the number yet? Probably won't. No. Because I have to make that global as well. Entry 1. I like how I can list them all on a single line. Okay. Entry 1 is still not defined. Is that what I called it? Yeah. Where did I declare it in the first place? Right there. It's possible that the order of the function matters. It's tricky because I think the order is just screwed up. Because I think I create the variable right there, which is after this function right here. And for some reason, that screws it up. I'm going to pause it again. I'll be back. You know what? I've just decided that it's not worth trying to figure that out. I'm going to go back to what it was before. Oh, wait. About where this happens. Does it matter? Where this occurs? Because what if I put it here? Okay, so that technically fixed the problem, but it's not in the order I want. So, yeah, I'm just really Actually, putting everything in there would really be the solution to that. I know the button normally wouldn't update itself. Yeah, that's the problem with that. I'm not gonna go that route. Instead, I'm just gonna do this. We can get rid of that print index too. Yeah, I'm just creating more problems than I'm solving by doing that. Might as well get rid of that as well. Yeah. I'm really just creating there's probably a way to do it, but there's not a very justifiable reason to in this situation. So therefore I won't do that. Okay, so now what? Time code. I think having a time code right between the save and all that would be useful. So how do I do that? So that'll be a label as well, but just thinking about how do I update that as well. If I create the entry right there. Oh, right, I could just manually update the label here as well. That's what I'll do. So we got the entry box. We want it to go before the save. So save is right there. This is where we're gonna put our time code variable, I think. Time code equals label. I think I could just do .pack all on the same line. I don't know. So the label, now I could just say GUI, then text equals time code. That's where the time code will go. I just want to make sure it works how I want. Oh, and then yeah, .pack in the first place. Perfect. So I think to make it bigger, I can specify a font if I'm not mistaken. Font equals Arial 14 or something like that. I think it's something along those lines. I specify the font name and then the size. If I didn't look incorrect, how about 36 or something absurd like that?
Welcome to VoiceOver.
That does work. Nice. So the time code will go right there. So based on the frame number, I can convert that into a time code. So I have the frame number above. Or the frame number that actually goes and update GUI. Right. No, I could just do time seconds, and then the index. That is the frame number directly. So yeah, at this point I could just say text equals I might create a function to calculate it, which I'm probably going to want to put maybe below the update GUI. Calculates time code. And obviously that'll return the resulting calculation. So I'll create a string called the code. Because really what I'm doing is I want to be doing some math. Actually, I don't think. That'll probably be the resulting variable, and I'll just return that when I call calculate time code. And I'm gonna want to return it as a string so that I can set the text. Of course, it will be a string. So text, I think I'll just do calculate time code. I should be able to do that. Yeah, this is actually a pretty good way to do it, I think. So if we have the frame number, first of all, we're going to need the index. We're also going to need time seconds. Yeah. I think that's all we need, probably. So we'll create a whole bunch of different variables to calculate, like, so actually, I should probably clarify something real quick. How is the time code gonna actually be formatted? I want to do it the way I do in my video editor. And let me pull up my video editor real quick, just so I can give you an example. It's taking a little while. So the time code is actually going to be formatted something like this. So it'll be like hour. So let's say I have that 3-hour video, and I want to go to where that the hologram is. Speaking of that hologram, why don't we actually watch that? I showed it to you, but you probably wanted to see what it looked like. I will show you what that looks like. So I'm just going to pull up some sort of project. Oh man. Picked a bad choice. I'm trying to see if I can find a project that I still have the source files to. A lot of this projects I already deleted the source files. I'll just create a new project. I'll just create a new project in my video editor. So actually, let's come to here. And why don't we put this video in here as an example. So I just put this in my video editor, and because I'm using a separate computer to record this, this doesn't affect the performance of the recording at all. I can restart my Mac and this recording will continue because it's being captured through a capture card on that Windows computer that we saw earlier. So this time code that you see right here, that is essentially what I want. Because I think what I could do is actually start typing. No, never mind. Oops. 0, 1, 30, 0, 0. And then like frame 15, for example, takes me to that specific time code, right? And what's weird is this looks like the hour and 30-minute mark, but it's actually only the 30-minute mark. This starts with 0, 1 rather than 0, 0, which is bonkers because almost no video editor does that. It's so stupid. So I'm gonna actually want to have the time code friendly with this. Now, what if I import? Oh, now this is even weirder. So if I double click the clip and I want to go to a time code, now it does the 0 notation. This notation is different than this. Watch. So 0, 0, 0, 0. So this is basically exactly the. So this up here is the same as down there, believe it or not. It's the exact same thing, which is bonkers. Or no. Whoops. How did that happen? Oh. So 0, 0. There we go. There. Now, this has a 1. That has a 0. It's the same thing. So, yeah, we do actually want this. I think there's a way to have it auto start typing with a keyboard shortcut. I can't remember what it is. Oh, tab, I think. So if I'm in here doing blah, blah, blah. Sorry about that. If I hit tab, then I can start typing in the time code, right? Well, this Python program, if it does what I ultimately want it to do, then it would copy the time code to the clipboard so I could just paste it right there. Is that even possible? So if I do like something like that, if I copy that to the clipboard, and can I paste it? We need to make our program copy the time code directly to the clipboard. You won't believe how much of a hassle this will save. Unbelievable. So the time code should be as follows: the hour, the minute, the second, and then the frame, which with a 60 frame per second video, it'll be 0 to 59. So that's what the time code format should be. How do we calculate that in Python? Based on the frame alone. It can totally be done. You divide the frames by 60. That'll give us the second. Because yeah, we took the second times 60, so to reverse it, divided by 60. Then to get the minute, probably divided by another 60 or something. I don't even know for sure. But on the topic of this video right there, you want to watch that actual hologram? This is how it is.
Well, Samsung invented revolutionary holographic technology, and I don't mean holographic like this. I mean a technology called 3D VNAND or vertical NAND.
That's probably one of the effects that I'm the most proud of. I've done quite a few other very cool ones as well, but this one's definitely in the top 3 for sure. I don't know if it's the topmost one, but very close. It's in the top 3 for sure. So let's close that out. Okay, so now we need to figure out how to calculate. Good, I'm still recording. Man, if I was paused this last 10-15 minutes, oh my god. Also, look, it is almost 3 in the morning. I actually get up relatively early too, so I'm prostituting myself here. I'm gonna try not to spend too much more time on this. Wrap up pretty soon. No more than 4 hours for sure. Okay, so knowing the index and the time seconds, how do we do what we're looking for? So the frame, I'll start by creating the frame variable. Ooh, but we don't want it to interfere with the other frame variable potentially. I'll insert the before all the words, so the frame equals time seconds index. So that was a list that we created, or an array that we created earlier. We should be able to use that. The number of seconds equals the frame divided by 60, I think. Might want to floor that. I'll just say math.floor. The frame divided by 60, is that what I want? Yeah, because I mean, yeah, it is what I want, because when it ends up in this format right there, I absolutely want it to floor down. So the variable that we just declared, so the frame is that number right there. The seconds is this number. Now let's get this number based on the total number of frames. Wait, something's not right. No. So the array has the actual, yeah, this is wrong. The frame is actually supposed to be not the large number. It's actually supposed to be a multiple of 60 or whatever. If it's 60 frames per second, we're actually going to need the frame rate as well. That's just frame rate, right? Yeah. Frame rates. We actually have to factor that in too. I think the frame is this modulus 60. So modulus will return the remainder of dividing the number out. So obviously 60 divided by 40 is basically 1 remainder 20, because 60 divided by 40 is more than 1 but less than 2, so obviously there's a remainder with that. 60 minus 40 is 20. The remainder of that is 20. So, and this should not be 60. It should be frame rate. So the frame that we're interested in should be that. I don't know for sure. I don't actually care a whole lot, to be perfectly honest. I'm not even gonna try verifying that. So the frame itself, I'm gonna have to create another variable called the frames, maybe with a plural, equals this time seconds index. So then I can actually change that to, so I actually want to delete that bracket itself. Change that to the frames mod frame rate. That's what I'm really looking for. So the seconds will be based on the frames with an S at the end. No. Yeah. The frames. No. Yeah. Because I was just looking at this mod frame rate, but that's not in the frames variable. Why don't we look at print the seconds. So what's a good way to troubleshoot this without it being too inconvenient? Well, the fact that it's executing that right there should... Actually, we could comment that out and execute this right there. Oops. Yeah, we can execute it right there. Then we can see what seconds we're getting. The code is not defined. Line 52. Yeah, we're not returning anything yet. We're just not ready for that yet. 8448. Yep, that was right. So I think we have the number of seconds right. Actually, that's not even it. You know what? Obviously, that's not what we want for the second itself. But we could take the seconds and mod it by 60. Right? Because that keeps cycling over and over again. How about the second equals the seconds mod 60? What does that give us? Yeah, because obviously the second that we're interested in is going to be less than 60 if we want it to be in this format right there. That has to be less than 60, right? So 48 is it, because remember it's 2 hours, 20 minutes, and 48 seconds. So that's actually the right number. This is kind of a weird way to do it, but I'm certainly glad I put it in its own function. Imagine trying to do that down here. What a pain that would be. So now let's get the minutes. So I think we pretty much do the same thing, but on the second directly. So I think we're following that same pattern, if I'm not mistaken. So let's yank those two lines and paste it. So this should be the minutes equals, this would be the seconds, I think, divided by 60. And the minutes. And then this is actually the minutes. And I think it's mod 60 again. There's 60 seconds in a minute, 60 minutes in an hour, so it's mod 60 again, I think. So if it works correctly, we should get 20, because the time code is 2 hours, 20 minutes, 48 seconds, and whatever the frame actually is. So the minutes should be 20 if it's working correctly. We got a 20. So now the hour, I don't think we can go based on the minute in this situation. We have to go based on the second. And then instead of mod 60, we do mod 3600, since there's 3600 seconds in an hour. So we don't need to follow this same format for the hour. So you'll notice that the rightmost number follows a certain pattern. The leftmost number is a different pattern, and everything in between is exactly the same. If there were like 5 more units that are in between the hour and the frame, let's say there's like 5 more numbers in between these outer numbers. So it'll be something colon, a whole bunch of colons, right? Well, all the ones that are in the middle would have a plural variable and a single variable like we're doing here. But the outer ones would be treated a bit differently. This one would use mod. This one would use floor with whatever we were modding over here, I think. So actually it'll be based on the second, not this. So anyway, the hour is actually the way we're calculating the second. So it's actually the seconds mod 3600, I think. So, oops. So the hour equals the seconds mod 3600. Oh no. So mod is actually, so like I said, the numbers in the middle follow a pattern. This will use mod, and that will use floor. So that's how it works. So the hour is actually math.floor. The seconds divided by 3600. So now the hour should be 2 if it's working correctly, which it is. So now the thing I'm a little bit curious about is we might want to have a 0 before that too when I paste it. I'm gonna be right back and figure out how to make it so that the hour has a 0 before it. Be right back. Right, so it's actually not that bad. So we actually have to convert it into a string first, which is what we're going to be doing anyways. And so now we're going to create the code variable. So the code variable, we're going to create that now, which is equal to the hour. So you say string to convert an integer to a string, you use a string. And then the hour, so that's what we're converting. And then you can use .zfill and the amount of zeros you want before it. In this case, 2. So it'll be like 06 for hour 6. Actually, let's preview that first. Let's try that once. 02. Amazing. So obviously if it was like 10 or something. Let's do, I'm going to temporarily change this to the minute, because that's 20, and that should still be 2-digit 20, which it is, so that works perfectly. So even if it's 10 hours long, it'll still be 2 digits. We just have one leading 0 as a result of this. So let's see here. So this should be the hour, right? Yeah. So that's the hour. Then we want to have a colon. So we got this 01 here. Now we need that 56, which is the minute. The equivalent to it anyway. That time code is different than the one here, but whatever. So now we need a colon plus the string for the minute plus a colon plus string of the second plus a colon plus string of the frame. So now what does that give us? Perfect. Oh, now that should be, they should actually all have a zfill too. So I'm just gonna whoops. I actually wanna yank I just want to yank to the next space. And so then I can go to that right parenthesis, paste that there. There we go. So now I think it'll give us what we want. So all of them will be 2 digits no matter what. So 220 48 00. Why is that? The frame, does that just happen to be a 0? You know, it's not that big of a deal. Actually, what if I change that to 1? I would think if I change it to 1, then it'll... Something is obviously not working with that. I don't think it would just happen to be 0 by coincidence like that. Nine hours. That is nuts. So the frames... Oh, yeah, because we were using floor earlier. We were using floor right here, so we lose precision, sadly. I don't really care. I don't really need that specific frame number anyway. I'm gonna leave this mechanism in though. But as far as I'm concerned, it's good. As far as I'm concerned, we're getting our time code now. Which means now we have the ability to return that value. And it should immediately go inside of here. And our label should give us what we want. Now, before we get too crazy, this is supposed to be index. Change it back. So, obviously, I think I could just say label.text equals. So, when I click on the button and this happens, I think I might be able to say timecode.text equals that function. So this will, so I want to yank to the right parenthesis right there. And then I could just paste that right there. Yank that line, paste it there. So in theory, now this I don't want to run because it'll happen here now. Now those print statements, I think I got rid of them, right? Yeah. As you can see, I'm using print a lot for debugging. That's just how programming is. How about now? I don't know exactly why that didn't replace. This is getting very late. Maybe it's a good thing I am doing a part 2, huh? So, now what? I think maybe I'll just see if I can hit enter and then make stuff happen. Let's add a key binding and then call it good. Yeah, for now I think that's what I'll do because I'm gonna be doing a part 2 sometime. And I'm not gonna actually need the Windows computer next time. I'm not gonna need this right here. So I won't have to have nearly as complicated of a setup in part 2. That'll be nice. I made a typo on this, by the way. This is supposed to be a DMG. I think I'll do that real quick too. Let's actually capitalize that. So DMG. Whoops. There we go. So anyway, what do we need to do yet? Let me look at the program and then maybe I'll be able to think better. What happens if I go back? Yeah, that doesn't replace. So we'll have to add a replace mechanism and all those things. So why don't I look at it normally? Okay, so we got a timecode mechanism. It would be nice to be able to have that automatically go to the clipboard whenever it changes, basically. Then I can paste it directly in the editor, which would be very sweet. Obviously, I could make the window a little bit smaller, but it actually kind of looks fine like this, doesn't it? Oh, then obviously we'll fix this RGB stuff as well. And part 2 will be, not only are we gonna obviously tune those things up, but we're also gonna add functionality to basically go through images that are in a folder rather than a video. It'll be like another feature. We'll have some tabs up here, and we'll be able to switch between those modes easily. So that's what's happening in part 2. So yeah, hopefully that doesn't get too involved like this. I literally spent a ridiculous amount of time setting all this up. I wanted to be able to access Windows easily in this video. So yeah, anyway, what are we doing? That was the whole original question. Sorry about my attention span. I have the attention span of a potato, as you can see. So right. So I'm not gonna fix that image thing tonight. That'll be in part 2. I'll try to make this final in part 2 though. Maybe we could figure out how to change that from Python to what we actually want it to be. So what are we doing? Let's actually make a list of what we're doing yet. I think that'll help. Enter key binding. Shift enter would be kind of cool as well, but I have a feeling that with modifier keys it's going to be kind of tricky. Oh, so with an enter key binding then... No, maybe we could figure out how to have this text box always in focus. Oh, now... I just thought of something else. I might want to be able to type in a new number, because the old number will still be there. I might want to be able to just type in the new number without having to delete everything in there. If I always have the text box in focus automatically at all times, then maybe I'm gonna actually want to clear that out. Or I could do this ridiculous mechanism where I just type in the new number, then when I hit enter it'll remember what the old number was and just skip past that old number. Everything else after that's the new number. Maybe I do some ridiculous mechanism like that. If I ever do a video where I use this and then I start typing like that, people will be like, what? That'd be kind of fun. Oh great. It's gonna be getting to the 4-hour mark for sure. So enter will update GUI basically. I wanted to also add a mechanism to save where I left off. And then I was also thinking of converting it to an executable on the Mac, because I actually have a script ready for that, I think. I'm going to attempt to do it. If it doesn't work after more than a minute or so, I'm just going to give up with that and do it in part 2 maybe. Compile. Because it would be nice to just run it like a normal program. Not have to run it through Python stuff all the time. So is that what I want to do yet tonight? Yeah, given the fact it's 3 in the morning right now, I think that's pretty reasonable to stop right there after all this. So, I don't know how to do the key binding off the top of my head, and of course, the stupid internet's not working yet. I can see that the access point is blinking, which normally all the lights are off, which means that the access point's stuck initializing, I think. So let's do this. So I'm gonna figure out how to do an enter key binding, and I'll be right back. Let's keep this under 4 hours. Ready? So I'll be right back when I get that all figured out. Right. So now I think I got it all figured out for the most part. So all we really have to do is to just bind the key, which I think I'll probably do down here. Everything seems to be working, that's good. Sure hate for it to not. So, to bind the enter key, for example, all you have to do is do the name of the window dot bind, then you put the key, like return, which is enter, and the function you want to trigger when you press it. So what do I want to do when I hit enter? I would like it to jump to whatever index is typed in the text box. So set index would be a fair function name. So somewhere up above, oops, probably below this or something. Below, we can do it right here. Set index. So obviously we need to make index global. And just set the index variable equal to we want to get whatever's in the text box. So all we have to do is reference. We're also going to need entry 1 then. So right here we could just say entry 1 dot get, I believe. That'll get the contents. And we're going to want to convert that to an integer, not a string, obviously. And then just for the sake of argument, I'll say return none. Well, I probably should do in every function. Okay, so I think that's what it'll do it now. So to make sure that it actually works, I think it would be reasonable to print out the index at that point. What other print statements do we have? That was just for troubleshooting before. That's the only one we have now. Perfect. So now let's see if it gives us what we want. If we hit enter, it'll give us whatever we punch in, I think. So if I punch in like 69, error, 0 positional arguments, but 1 was given. Oh, I think we also, if I remember correctly, we have to pass in the event. If you do any web development and event-driven programming, typically the event is passed in through a parameter in case you need to access it, I guess, but I think that's why it wasn't working. Let's try it now. 69, yes. That's what I'm talking about. So now I can just type in a number and it goes right in. So it reads the number just by pressing enter. So that's how I'm going to jump to a specific index. I type in the number that I want, hit enter. You know, I wonder if I could get the position of the blinking cursor right there, and then anything after that is the new number. I just have it replace it with that. That'll be a part 2 optimization. So it obviously set index, but it didn't really update anything else. So I think I would just call update GUI really. I don't know if that'll do anything right now. So let's try like 5. Is that even a valid image? I don't even know if that's valid or not. We'll look at that later. As far as I'm concerned, we got the enter key binding. Save where I left off. So what I mean by that is this is the starting index, right? Well, I want to basically save whatever the index is when I click on the save button. When I click the save button right here, we're going to have to do that. But yeah, when I click that button, then I would like it to save the index to this file and change that 0 to whatever it's supposed to be. So I think the way we do that is we then say command equals whatever function is responsible for that. So I'll probably do like save index. And then up here, I'll create a save index. I don't think we have to do anything special there. So obviously we need access to index. We're actually going to be opening this file again. And then writing out all the changes. So to do that, we'll create a local variable called, we're actually also going to need file. So we can manipulate our array that we've loaded in. So the first thing we're doing is we're going to modify file index 0 with what we want. We're also going to need, what do we need? Information. We'll just combine the information into one thing and then add that as the very first line. So we need the information variable. So can't really think of the steps. So the first thing we need to do is load the file like how we read it before. So we're gonna select all that. I'll yank that. And this becomes a W for write. And we don't want to modify the file variable. We want to actually create a new variable instead. We can call that something like save file. So now we're opening up the file so that we can modify it at this point. So we're gonna modify the file variable is the actual read portion of it, so it's an array of all the lines. The file variable is an array of all the lines, and actually we should probably do our manipulation stuff up here. So obviously information index 0 and index 1. So actually, since this is information index 1, we can just go right ahead and modify it. So information index 1 is equal to our new index. Then, let me think here. So then we basically have this line that we want. Now, I believe we actually have to convert that into a string if I'm not mistaken. Oops. How do I do this? Right. Forgot what my vim command was there. So we convert the index into a string. And at this point, information should be what we want. So then we can just concatenate that all together into the line that we want. So file index 0 is line 1. And that's equal to the string of information index 0 plus a comma. We're trying to get it back in the original format. Plus the string of, I'll just come back to here, of information index 1. So at this point, we should have manipulated this line, and everything else is already fine how it is. So at this point, we can now start writing our changes, but everything is going to be on one line. That's right. So if we were to just write out the changes, it would end up looking like this, which is not what we want. We want it to have each separate line. So how do we manage that? Well, we can go through everything. We could just say for I in range, the length of file, so all the lines in that array. We could just say file index I plus equals the new line character. So wherever we normally have a new line character right now, we just add it to the end of the line, and then it'll cause everything to look like this again with new lines. So at this point, the file array, line 69 right here is very important. The file array is not what we want, I think. I'm just gonna hope it works. I think what I'll do is back this up just in case. I'm just gonna open up a new file, then I can paste it. just in case it gets manipulated wrong. So now to actually write those changes, all we have to do is say save file right there, dot write lines, the file array. That's all we have to do to save the changes. Very simple, huh? Then we'll return none, I think. So now if we hit return, or now if we click on that save button, then it should save our index variable to the file. Should we see if it works? I have a little bit of pre-traumatic stress disorder trying to figure this out. Okay, so let's say it's index 5. Right? So now, if I hit the save button, I'm gonna have this open so we can see it change live. Let's hit the save button, watch. It worked, but then it added an extra line at the end for some reason. Don't even know why. Let's change it to, let's see if it does it again. Okay, what just happened now? That's interesting. The file array must have compounded. Oh, compounded with the new line character. We might want to copy it or something. File 2 equals file, maybe, then. Yeah, the length of file 2. Then file 2, index I. Will that make it not do that anymore? Oh, I know what happened. It actually added another new line character at the end. So this should be -1. Ignore the last line. But yeah, this shouldn't be happening multiple times, obviously. Oops. So let's try that one. I think it'll work better now, hopefully. So let's reopen this up. So it actually retrieved the value correctly too. That's not even something we originally checked. Let's change it to 3. And that didn't work because we didn't hit enter first. So I think when we created that second variable, it only referenced the array directly. I want to see if there's a way to clone an array in Python. I'm not sure how to do that, so I'm going to check and be right back. Right, so I probably could have actually guessed it right off the top of my head. So you actually do a dot copy, so just go like that. Then I think I can avoid the problem. So let's do that. Perfect. So now let me make sure that I launch a new instance. So now in theory, the index should change. So we gotta set the index, of course. Save it. Ooh. Oh, because we wrote the wrong file. See, this is why I copied this, just in case something like that happened. So now we got it back to normal. I wrote the wrong changes. Now it should be correct, I think. Let's try it again. So now if I do like index 3, I think I might make it so that when I hit save, it updates the index variable based on this. That's not entirely unreasonable. I'm not gonna relaunch the program, but I'll make that change. So when I click the save button, save index, how about if we set index equal to so let's copy entry to entry 1 dot get. I think we have to convert that to an integer like that. So I'm not gonna really test it right now. I'm just gonna, I kind of want to, just for convenience sake. I want to change it multiple times, it'd be convenient. So let's change that to, let's say 3. Something did not change, obviously. The file array. So the difference between file and file 2 is where do we modify? Yeah, see, this is in file and not the copy of it. I'm gonna be lazy and just do that. Whoops. Let's go like that. That's why I was lagging behind. Yeah. I think that's what we need. Let's try that again. I think it'll work better now. So now I think it'll work the way we want. So let's change that to 5. Boom. Now it finally worked. 4. Boom. Perfect. Obviously, we still have to tune this up itself, but it's like 4 in the morning, and at this point, I may as well not sleep at all, especially since I don't feel tired. I mean, interestingly, given the amount of sleep I've been getting recently, my tiredness does not correlate with the lack of sleep at all. I think it's because my mind has been riled up on this stuff that it just keeps going. Like, this is literally, my mind literally injects caffeine into itself practically when I'm focusing on this kind of stuff. So let's look at the compiling it real quick. I don't know if it's gonna work. I'm just gonna do a lazy attempt and wrap it up. So let's take a look at this guide. So this guide right here, the convert Python script to DMG. This is like a 2-minute YouTube video. I just took stuff from there and made a script that's needed to compile. We're not gonna do it tonight. You know why? I just remembered that I have to install a Python library and the internet is no-go. So it will end up I'll show what I would do. So to convert it to an executable, there's a different thing on Windows. What I just showed is how you would do it on Mac. So from that video, I created this script right here. I have to install py2app using that pip installer that I showed earlier. And I don't have that installed, I don't think. py2app. Yeah, I'm pretty sure I don't have it installed, so using this script, I should be able to change this to bookmark retriever. And as long as the path is correct, I think it should convert it to a direct executable, and it might be able to run without, even if you didn't have Python installed on your system, I think it would run because it's compiled. So yeah, I'm gonna conclude at this point. So I think that'll be it for now. Here, let me get my controller ready so I can stop the recording. There we go. Watch this. I'm gonna do a dramatic exit using this controller to stop everything. Anyway, if you have any questions, comments, or concerns, feel free to let me know. I'll try to get to you as soon as possible. Otherwise, I think that's it. So thanks for watching and have a good one. Peace.